Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as related in prayer today by the gentleman from Noxubee and remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Let us bow for prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, we come right now, Lord, as humble as we know how. We come, Lord, with thanksgiving in our hearts. Lord, we come just thanking you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us and our families, Lord. And we ask you today, Lord, to have mercy upon the world, Lord, during this pandemic. And Lord, we just thank you for health and strength today, Lord. We ask that you would lead and guide our thoughts as we do the business of the state. We ask that, Lord, you would have us to govern over your people as you govern over our lives. Lord, we ask you to just go with us, Lord, to lead us, to guide us in the direction that you would have us to go. And bless the unfortunate today, Lord. Let us be the one that make things even. Lord, we thank you for what has happened in our state today. We just thank you and praise you, Lord, and give you all the honor and the glory. And Lord, we thank you for our leadership. Thank you for those that made hard decisions and that didn't make a decision at all, Lord. We thank you for them also. And Lord, we ask you to just bless us, Lord, as you see fit. Help us to accept the will that you have for our lives. In Jesus' name we pray. And we ask it all. Amen. Salute, attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Carl. You were very good, man. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Took care of you. Roger. Yes, sir. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This time we'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Calvert.
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolution, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This time we'll have the introductions of guests and visitors. Do we have any guests or visitors to be introduced?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senators, please rise for the invocation given by Senator Michael McClendon. Invocation to be delivered by Senator Thomas.
All right, I don't see any. We will go to the calendar. Excuse me, Gentleman Harrison. Mr. Haney, what purpose you seek recognition?
Inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
What do you want to know?
I'm fixing to ask you.
Oh.
We have two calendars on our desk.
Yes, sir.
If somebody can tell us which one we need to be looking at. The only thing I can tell you is one of them has lines at the bottom of the pages. The other one does not. They look identical, but I hadn't went number by number. So if somebody could answer that, I would appreciate it. Yeah.
All right. The distinction, according to Madam Clerk, if you'll turn to item 18 on the general calendar, that's going to be found at the bottom of page 4. Turn to the page 4 at the bottom. You'll see item 18. The correct calendar says filed on 6/29. If item 18 does not say filed, throw that one away. The correct one says filed, 6/29. All right, thank you. Excuse me, gentlemen, try it again. You're on, try it. You're on.
Just to clarify, that's the one with the black line on the bottom of the page.
I don't know. This one I've got does have a black line across the bottom. I don't know if the other one does or not.
I know, I got it now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special recognition we want to make at this time. I'm going to recognize the chairman of the rules to come forward. I'm going to ask that you give us your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as you know, all of our assemblies are broadcast on our webcam. This morning we have a brand new viewer on the webcam because they have now retired from their labors and work and dedication to the servants as a servant of the state of Mississippi from the House of Representatives, and they're at home today viewing on webcam. And due to the COVID-19, we could not persuade them to come here and be here in person to join us for this day when we sought to honor them for their service to the Capitol and especially the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to House Resolution number 103 and call that up for adoption.
Excuse me, gentlemen, trying to find my rules calendar here. All right.
Item number 3.
Item page 6, ladies and gentlemen, item 3. You are recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. This is a resolution commending the esteemed career and public service of Miss Gloria Jennings Purnell, rendered to the citizens of Mississippi as assistant clerk, responsible for journal and message clerk duties for the Mississippi House of Representatives, and congratulating her upon the occasion of her retirement. For you who have been here as long as I have, I've been here 17 years, I have never known a person to be more cordial, more dedicated to their job, interested in servicing the members of this House and anyone else who visited the clerk's office. You could call a clerk's office and you would get that friendly answer each time. Clerk's office. And anything you asked her to do, she was always willing to do it. I will forever honor her for assisting me and helping me, especially in my freshman years. She was always there to advise me and help me and direct me in any direction I needed to go in order for me to serve my constituency in the best. Mr. Speaker, I'd like for the clerk to read this resolution.
I recognize Madam Clerk to read the resolution.
Whereas after nearly 36 years, 32 years of which have been spent in full-time capacity, providing dedicated and zealous service to the Mississippi House of Representatives and the entire constituency of the 122 elected members which comprise the House's body, Mrs. Gloria Jennings Purnell will retire from public service as Assistant Clerk, responsible for journal and message clerk duties for the House of Representatives on June 30th, 2020. Where she has become a synonymous fixture associated with legislative activity on the west wing of the Mississippi State Capitol's third floor after having first begun her prestigious career as a part-time staffer on January 1, 1984, before transitioning to permanent full-time status in 1988. And whereas a native Jacksonian born to Mr. Irvin Avery Jennings and Mrs. Minnie Ellen Jennings, who was also a longtime House employee, having served as executive assistant to Speaker John Junkin and Speaker Walter Sillars. And whereas prior to her arrival at the Mississippi State Capitol in 1984, Gloria worked at First National Bank. She worked as an English and Spanish teacher at W.P. Daniel High School in New Albany, Mississippi, and the Department of Public Welfare. And whereas Gloria has witnessed the evolution of state history unfold in the shape of policy formulated by legislators, future governors, other statewide elected officials, congressmen, and those who have transitioned from legislative careers to municipal leadership, state and federal judiciary membership, as well as statewide offices from auditor to governor, as well as national ambassadorships and office holders. And whereas equally committed to volunteerism and humane treatment of animals as she is to public service, Gloria, who has sponsored numerous fundraisers for no-kill animal shelters, is an active member of the American Cancer Society as a Relay for Life Teams coordinator, has participated in the Cancer Action Network, has served as an American Cancer Society ambassador in Washington, D.C., and established and orchestrated the implementation of the annual Valentines for Vets and Shoeboxes for the Homeless projects for the Mississippi House of Representatives. And whereas not to have a life with complete dimension and total fulfillment, Gloria discovered an ever-abounding love which she met her soulmate, Paul Tanner Purnell, a student attending rival high schools, which sparked a lasting courtship during their college years before solidifying that bond when they exchanged nuptials in August 22, 1964 at Galloway United Methodist Church, in what would become the most enlightening years of her life in a romance of 41 years that further expounded upon the tenets of love, generosity, and selflessness shared between the two and their two sons, until it was ordained by the spiritual deity to summon Paul into the inner courts of eternity's paradise in 2005. And whereas much to the credit of Gloria's indomitable spirit, the loss of her husband could not impede her ability to remain resilient in the performance of fulfilling her duties and responsibilities to the House of Representatives with the guidance and tender care of her family and rebirth of the Purnell progeny through her sons, Paul and Jackie, Greg and Deborah, with the addition of 4 grandchildren, Avery, Landis, Parker, Tanner, who are the apples of her eye. And whereas it is the policy of the House of Representatives to acknowledge outstanding Mississippians such as Gloria Jennings Purnell, one we are proud to call our own, whose daily presence in the halls of the Capitol will be sorely missed, but whose legacy of selflessness, fairness, hard work, professionalism, and overall commitment to improving the individual lives of others and her community and state has made an indelible mark on the Mississippi legislature and all those who have been privileged to know and work with her. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of Mississippi that we do hereby commend the esteemed career in public service that Gloria Jennings Purnell rendered to the citizens of Mississippi as an assistant clerk responsible for journal and message clerk duties for the House of Representatives, congratulate her upon the occasion of her retirement from public service, and extend warmest wishes for continued success in all of her future endeavors.
Now I'm told that Miss Gloria is watching via the webcam. She was, of course, not able to be here with us today due to the COVID pandemic. Miss Gloria, we are sorry that you cannot be here with us today. I know you can't see on the camera, but the entire chamber is standing in your honor, and they're actually paying attention. As you know, that's unique. But you need to know they think that much of you. You have touched the lives of everyone in this chamber and many who have come before. You are a person who is highly respected, highly loved. We look forward to the day when you can come back down here, hopefully when the pandemic is over and we can honor you in person. But we certainly wanted to give this moment at the beginning of the day to honor you, and we will miss you dearly. We love you, and we look forward to seeing you soon. We hope you have great blessings in your retirement. Let's give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions on the resolution? I don't see any. Jim of Tallahatchie, you have something?
Mr. Speaker, I was going to request that the entire membership join on that resolution.
That's a good suggestion. We will certainly do that, gentlemen. All right, if you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And of course, the ayes have it. Congratulations, Miss Gloria. You have anything at this time? Anything further at this time, gentlemen?
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2 on today's calendar, which would be H.R. number 101, and move adoption.
Any questions on that resolution? I don't see any. In favor of the resolution indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, resolution passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, Senate Bill number 3049, and yield to the gentleman from Holmes to explain the bill. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman from Holmes, I think you've been summoned to the front. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Where's it? Where's it?
Apparently it's not yet ready, gentlemen.
Okay,
Can we
thank you.
just lay it on table
we
subject?
can
Since we've
lay it-
already called it up, we have to dispose of it. Can we lay it on table
Lay it on
subject?
table, subject to call.
Motion is to lay it on table, subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill is laid on table, subject to call. All right, we will go back to the beginning of the calendar. In conference appropriations, I recognize the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the in-conference appropriations calendar. Item number 1 would be House Bill 726. We're going to skip. We'll skip number 2, Senate Bill 728. On items 3, 4, 5, and 6, we're going to recommit. We're going to skip 7. 8 is we should be able to get to that later today. Number 9 also. So the one we're going to go to item number 10 will be Senate Bill 2977. I recognize the gentleman from Harrison to explain the conference report.
The gentleman from Harrison recognizes to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the MDA budget, and I'm going to tell you there's a lot for the freshmen and the people here. I just want to tell you that there's a lot of programs in there that your towns, your counties, your cities can apply for. I encourage you to get a book from MDA of what, because they're not listed here, but I encourage you to get a book from MDA, go to your libraries, go to your schools, go to your counties and show them these programs. There's not many people that take advantage of these programs that we have. But again, as what we have here is in the conference report, we've got $170 million in it, 227,000. And that's up a little bit from last year. And that is the final report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter. He passes. All right, I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2977. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go, if it's okay, to go to yesterday's calendar number 3 on House Bill 1700 and recommit it. And if I could, no.
Okay, gentlemen, we need to reconsider the vote. Where about
I'd like
that?
to reconsider the vote in which it passed, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
motion is to reconsider the vote for the passage of the conference report, House Bill 1700. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion is now to recommit. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill's been recommitted. The
Mr.
report
Speaker,
has been recommitted.
Since it's education, can I just tell them why we're recommitting in case they get calls?
Sure.
What we're doing here is it's the same bill. There's not going to be any changes in it. There was a calculation error, and we're going to have to come back and put $4.7 million into the education fund. It was an oversight, and that's all we're doing. So nothing else changes in the education bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, let's go to the in-conference appropriation general bills.
Before we leave the in-conference appropriations calendar, Mr. Chairman, you'd indicated that you wanted to recommit, if I heard you right, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would you like to make a motion to recommit those?
Oh, okay.
I mean, you indicated you wanted to, but we didn't ever take them up.
Let's go to item number 3, House Bill 1749. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 4 will be House Bill 1750. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 5, House Bill 1751. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Number 6 will be House Bill 1752. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Okay, gentlemen.
Then I've got item number 11, Senate Bill 3011. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Number 12, Senate Bill 3012. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Number 13, Senate Bill 3013. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Number 14, Senate Bill 3014. Make a motion to recommit.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All right. Now we're down to the in-conference general bills.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to the in-conference appropriation general bills. Item number 1, House Bill 127. Recognize the lady from MIT to explain the conference report.
The lady from MIT recognized to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report for our transfer bill. And Section 1 is just conforming language that we had initially addressed earlier in the session. And this is a technical correction bill that removes a section of language that was included in 1992 in order to transfer funds into working cash stabilization reserve fund. And once these funds reached a maximum balance, the funds were supposed to be used for other educational needs. And the original intent of this law was to build up working cash. This section hasn't been used for many years, so this bill just simply deletes that one section. And Section 2 allows permanent transfer of lapsed tobacco control funds to go into the healthcare expendable fund. Section 3 transfers $55 million of working cash to the capital expense funds. This will allow the state to use some reserves for this fiscal year 2021 budget that has been passed, as well as to have some funds available for any shortfalls during the year when we come back for session in January. And Section 4 is just effective from and after passage. That's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 127. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Appropriation yields the floor.
Brings us down to the Ways and Means in conference calendar. Okay, I don't see the chairman. Brings us down to the in-conference general bill calendar. First item I see is item 4, Judiciary A. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What? No. Is it my car? That's what I was going to say. Which one is it? All right, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to present the conference report for House Bill 576. We initially passed this bill earlier in the session. What it does is that it deletes the burden on the owner of livestock to prove lack of negligence. And when we passed this bill and we had taken it up earlier in the session, in committee we put a reverse repealer in it. The Senate removed the reverse repealer and added in Section 2 on lines 19 through 20, the provisions of this act shall not be applicable to any case filed before July 1st, 2020. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. Other than that, this bill is exactly the way that it passed when we initially addressed it in the House in House action. And I'll yield for any questions on the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By about 100 yeas and 10 nays, the report is adopted. All right, now we come to item 10, judiciary aid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't see, oh, there he is. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Tallahassee to explain the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
I resemble that remark.
Before we get to that, I just had a question. Anybody want to hold item 4 on a motion to reconsider? Okay, I don't hear any. We won't do that then. Gentleman from Simpson, that bill is very important to him, so unless you want to deal with him, don't be holding it on a motion. You recognize Gentleman from Tallahatchie.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this bill is very similar to the bill as it came out of the House. There is one change added. This would allow, would require when you have a guardian ad litem appointed, when you have a situation of a child that is being adopted, the guardian ad litem would need to be someone who is familiar with studies that are done to determine if a home studies, they would need to be familiar with that. And this would it's common sense, and the judges wanted that. This basically does some cleanup work on our adoption statute, and the judges do support it, and shouldn't be controversial at all. Move passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Hold the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1134. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By about 111 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Brings us to item 12, judiciary aid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 12, House Bill 1314, was the bill that we passed that would recognize as a legal means of personal identification tribal identification cards. And the Senate added an amendment that would remove the word American and bands before the word Indian, so it moved those adjectives, and that was based on a recommendation from the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians. And so we conferred in that amendment from the Senate, but otherwise, Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen, the bill is just as it was before it left the House. And I'll yield for any questions on the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1314. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Brings us down to item 13, workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call that bill up for the conference report up.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is about the third or fourth time y'all have seen this legislation. It's only changed some code sections to make it amenable to the Senate, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1387. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item, Judiciary A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1490 is the Judicial Districts Bill. We're revising certain chancery and circuit courts, and I'll just go over it section by section. Section 1 is the same as it left the House. It creates the 23rd Circuit District to include DeSoto County. The seat is to be filled during the November 2022 judicial election in accordance with the Nonpartisan Judicial Act. Section 2 is the same, creates the Office of the District Attorney for the newly created 23rd Circuit Court District. Section 3 is the same, adds one chancellorship position to the 3rd Chancery District, which is DeSoto. Section 4 is where we had some compromise between the House and the Senate. And the Senate added a later date for the election of the new chancellor for the 3rd Chancery District election. So the election will be held November 2026 instead of November 2022, which was the House language, in accordance with the Nonpartisan Judicial Act. Section 3 is the same. DAs and assistant DAs for the 17th and 23rd were split evenly. Same DA of the 17th will be the DA of the 23rd. There was a compromise with the person who is DA of the 17th on December 21st, 2022. The House had as of the effective date of this act. Section also is the same as that it adds a criminal investigator for the 23rd district to conform with the existing circuit districts. It reduces the number of DAs in the 17th Circuit District because of the 23rd Circuit District creation, and it reduces the number of circuit court judges in the 17th Circuit District to accommodate the splits for the new 23rd District. So essentially, there were only 2 changes from what we passed in the House, and that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman Apprentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentle yield.
Of course, gentlemen, yes.
Were there any changes to the 1st district
No, gentlemen, there were not.
from its current existence today?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1490. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item. Judiciary B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What item was it? Item 15, House Bill 1559. I'd call it up, do the conference report, please.
You're recognized.
House Bill 1559, this is the human trafficking bill that has come through this body, I don't know, half a dozen times. Anyway, the substance and the big change essentially is that instead of as it was originally drafted, as the House passed, there was a nonprofit that was going to facilitate the program. We have now shifted that over to the Attorney General's office to replace that nonprofit, and they will now coordinate and oversee the services instead of the nonprofit. Everything else with the bill pretty much stays the same, and that is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1559. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 0 nays, report is adopted. Which? All right, I'm done. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special recognition we want to stop and do at this time. I want to ask Sergeant at Arms to escort. I was told we had a special guest out there. Has he not yet arrived? All right, we got to locate him, I guess. Gentleman Prentice, can you give us a motion to recess subject to call? Okay, I'm being told he's now here. All right. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, bring in our special guest, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Colonel Chris Gillard here. He has served faithfully in the Mississippi Highway Patrol for a long career. And he has announced that today is his last day. He is retiring. You have many of our highway patrolmen in the galleries and others that are here to honor him. And I wanted to take a special opportunity to just recognize him, let you know who he is. He's basically the number 2 man at the Highway Patrol. We have a new commissioner over here. Many of you know him from his days, the Honorable Justice Senator Commissioner Sean Tindall. Let's welcome him. And when I found out Gillard was going to be here today, I said we cannot miss the opportunity to express our appreciation to him for a long, faithful career to the citizens of the state of Mississippi, providing protection to our people. As we say in here many times when we talk about law enforcement, it's because of what they do that gives us the opportunity to do what we do. We didn't have protection and the freedom to exercise democracy. If these guys didn't do what they do, we would not have that freedom to exercise democracy. So we wanted to take the opportunity to introduce him. I'm going to let him say a few words, if you will, introduce his wife to us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I didn't realize I was going to be speaking to two sides because I just spent so much emotion over there on the Senate side. But before I say my remarks, first of all, I want to thank God for this opportunity and this platform that He has afforded me the last 26 years. Next is someone who has been my support, my prayer warrior, my encourager, and have been there every step of the way. That's my beautiful wife, Carla Gillard. She is a true trooper, and I'm not the only one who's retiring here today. She is retiring with me. She just got off of work. She's a nurse over at UMMC, and she said she wouldn't miss this for the world. So I thank her for being here today. To my right and to my left, your left and your right, these are staff members. from the Mississippi Highway Patrol. When I first came there, the thing that I told them, I said, we want to create a culture of future leaders. We have been able to do that only because when I got there, I looked them in the eye and I said, not one of us in this room will ever be stronger than all of us in this room when we come together collectively for a common mission. So I want to thank them for their unwavering support over the years in getting here today. Thank you all. The gentleman in the middle there is Lieutenant Colonel Randy Ginn. He was my right hand. Many, many, many days, he would come in my office. We would discuss things. Some of them was very, very challenging. And not one day that we go out, we prayed about things before we made decisions. We wrestled with him overnight. He would give me advice. He has been there with me lockstep all the way. When I first got this job, he sent me a text and he said, I look forward to working with you. I immediately replied, I said, no, I look forward to working with you, not for me. So thank you, Colonel Ginn, for all the support. And the incoming commissioner, when he first got there, I was looking, I'm an observer, and I said, I want to see what kind of commissioner we're going to have. And I can tell you, I believe without a shadow of a doubt, we're going to have a good commissioner. And the reason I can say that, through my observation, I watched how he treated people that he don't need. That says a lot about your character. He speak to the janitor. He speak to those who often go overlooked. So, Commissioner, thank you. And to my left, this is my brother-in-law, Chief James David with Jackson Police, and his wife, who is my wife's twin sister, Dr. Marla Davis. I'm going to be very brief. Thank you, Commissioner, for giving me a brief moment on this challenging day for me. Just tell you all how I got here. First of all, a little kid growing up in Tupelo, Mississippi in government housing, I never thought that I would see this day where I'd be standing into the house in front of the body. I didn't think that. I used to see other kids with tools and toys and things, and I often thought that, you know what, I'm missing out on life. We can't afford things. My mom, she used to save quality stamps. For those of you who remember quality stamps, that's how we got our thing. She would take us to the quality store. We was able to get one item. But now as I got older, I look back and I think that I had the most valuable experience and life lessons that a child could ever have, because she taught me integrity. She taught me about character. And most importantly of all, she gave me a good spiritual foundation in God. And I would not be here today had it not been for my mother and daddy. A mother who I saw working the cleaners, come home with steam and blisters on the back of her hand. A father who had an old beat up car. When the car wouldn't crank, he would walk to work. I am thankful for them. How I got here, this picture, I want to share it with you all. This picture here, as you can see, is a Mississippi Highway Patrolman on one side and Dr. Martin Luther King on the other. This picture is very significant to me for several reasons. Number one, it shows how far we have come in this state. Number two, it's a reminder of the shoulders that I stand on. Why is it so significant to me? This picture was taken in June of 1966. On February the 16th of 1966, on 2016, January the 16th, I'm sorry, I get my dates mixed up. June the 18th of 2016, January the 18th of 2016, I found myself sitting across from Governor Phil Bryant at the governor's mansion. The way I got there, I was in the hospital. My mother was in the hospital in Tupelo, Mississippi. I get a call. It was one of his assistants. She said, the governor wants to see you Monday morning. And I immediately almost said, I came very close to saying it, the governor do realize that Monday is a holiday. I did not say that. I went Monday, and on the way there to the governor's mansion, I was nervous, and I started thinking about what could I articulate, how could I articulate to the governor that I deserve this job. I started saying, I'll answer the questions like this, answering like that. Something inside of me said, no, Chris, you just be you. This is what got you here this far. Went to the governor's mansion. Governor came in, and blue jeans made me feel very, very comfortable. We talked. The first thing I told the governor, I said, Governor, if anyone has told you that I tried to use political favors to get to this point, they have lied. And he said, I already know that, Chris, and I appreciate it. After the speech, I left. I was almost back home in Ridgeland. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Morrison, who was to my left up there, he called me. He said, brother, I hate to do this to you. Have you made it home yet? I said, no, I haven't made it home yet. He said, I need you to turn around. I said, okay. I turned back around, got in the vehicle, and he said, let's go for a ride. And he said, I really, really hate to do this. He said, you really impressed the governor. He said, I hate to do this to you. And he looked me in my eye and he said, have you done anything that would embarrass the governor, the state of Mississippi, or the Mississippi Highway Patrol? I looked him back in his eye and I said, how far back are we going? and we laughed just like you all did. And the rest is history. Now, moving 50 years ahead, who would have thought that the day that Martin Luther King was doing what he did, that one day he would give me the opportunity, a little boy growing up in Tupelo, Mississippi, in government housing, to become colonel. I did not take this position lightly. I promised the governor, I said, I will never embarrass the state, I will never embarrass you, and I will never embarrass the Mississippi Highway Patrol. Thank you all for this honor this morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly appreciate it. May God bless each one of you all. May God bless the state of Mississippi, and may God bless these United States of America. Thank you.
We certainly celebrate your esteemed career here today. We congratulate you. Thank you for telling us that story about where you came from. I did not know that. I want to tell you a little bit about him as a man. I know that we talked about his career, but I will tell you, to me personally, he has been a great encourager. Many times I just get text messages or words of encouragement, and it's not always during budget time either. It's at all times. He has demonstrated himself to be a genuine Christian man. I've heard him speak of his faith before. So he's truly a treasure in the state of Mississippi, and we've been very fortunate to have him. I'll also tell you that he's not a respecter of persons. A few years ago, I was helping a friend move, and it got to be dark, and I had my trailer loaded, and I'm driving down Highway 51 trying to get my friend moved, and the blue lights came on. And I thought, what have I done? I'm driving well below the speed limit. I got a heavy load. And the officer walks up and said, sir, you got a tail light out on your trailer. And it was Chris Gillard. He said, oh, Mr. Speaker, I didn't know it was you. I said, I'm sorry. I got this as my last load, and I'm going to get home, and I'll get that fixed tomorrow. So even the high colonel was still patrolling the roads out there. He was not going to let anything slide. So he showed me grace and mercy, and I got that trailer light fixed, and it's fixed today. Thank you for letting us give you this recognition, Colonel. We wish you well in your retirement, and we welcome you back anytime. Thank you. right, I've lost a gentleman from Prentice, a gentleman from Lincoln, and I've lost a gentleman from Clark. Gentleman from Lincoln, can you give us a motion to recess subject to call? Hang on, gentlemen. Try it now.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we go in recess subject to call.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You lose. House in recess subject to call.
so some of them, the majority that were on that advisory committee's list made it into the bill. There were some that did not, but that was by agreement of the delegation, and there was no requirement that they had to end up in the legislation. Is that correct? And there's language, and there were projects that were not on the advisory committee's recommended list, but that had made it into the bill, correct? Okay, and there's language in the bill that clarifies or states that those projects that are in the bill have met all those parameters as set out in the legislation passed by the legislature. So they, okay. And also, it's not spending the full amount of the money in the GCRF fund. Is that correct? And in discussions with yourself, and the appropriation process being what it is, we the legislature and the coast want to make sure that projects are being done correctly and being done right, and in essence have an accountability to them, and that's why some, in fact a lot of them in here are not funded at the full request. Is that right?
We will return to the calendar. We're down to item 18, correction, or Judiciary B, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would call that up and ask you to recognize the gentleman from Grenada.
Gentleman from Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference report on 2123, the position of the House for the most part was pretty much held tight with the exception of a couple of things. We added some, through agreement of the parties, some victims language whereby individuals that are incarcerated would, the parole board would consider efforts made by the offender to pay restitution, whether that be in current court order or prior court orders, what efforts they would, if they've been out before, or what they did before they went to court, or what they've done if they were in some type of reentry program, things of that nature, whether or not family members actually made efforts to pay court costs and restitution to offenders. The other thing we did, as to in Section 1, as y'all know, there was a 20-year floor on individuals that would be pro-eligible. What we did after I talked with the Prosecutors Association and also talked with Chairman Hobson, Hobson, we decided to, Chairman Wiggins, what we did was we split up pro-eligibility into two categories. Those individuals that were convicted after July the 1st, 1995 to 2014, which is the time that we implemented 585, they would have a floor of 20 years. Those individuals after 2014 headed forward would be a floor of 30 years or 50%, whichever is less, and 20 years or 50%, whichever is less prior to 2014. We took all of the offending what was interpreted as offending language regarding capital murder and sex offenders, and also the amount of board members that are required of the parole board having 4 affirmative votes for capital and eligible sex offenders. We took that language out. For the members that have heard from some of their DAs, we have agreed that we're going to include in the task force studies and data compilation for those individuals even before 1995 going forward that have been discharged on parole. We're going to keep, that will be something we'll look at to determine which type of offenders may or may not be reoffending. And also one other significant change was on the geriatric parole, the prosecutors wanted an increase from 60 years on that. We had discussions about 75, up to the age of 75, but we agreed on 65 with the Senate position. Basically, Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the bill. I think I've covered everything of the committee report.
Questions, Jim Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yield.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you right when you said they were retracting from 4 to 3 votes on sex offenders and capital crimes?
No, we had in the original bill said there had to be an affirmative vote of 4. The prosecutors, some of y'all got messages saying that that was creating release of sex offenders. It did not, but I took that language out because they wanted it out, and I've had discussions with them that language may be put back in next year. I think that they may have.
So currently, going forward, they must receive...
We're going back to the old law.
4 votes, correct?
No, sir. There are certain offenders that have 4 votes.
Yes.
Other offenders have a majority of the board. My language would have made it affirmative for violent offenders. Okay? All of violent offenders, including those. Right now, we have 4 board members. Okay? Those individuals convicted in 1995 prior are parole eligible. Okay? Certain individuals have 4 votes. That would have made all violent offenders 4 votes. You understand? Right. As opposed to a majority. They wanted that language out. I thought it was the victims' rights language, but they wanted it out. But we're going to probably get that back in next year.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2123. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 79 yeas, 22 nays, report's adopted. Are we doing more? All right, we go to the next item. What is this? 24?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 24, Senate Bill 2610, and call up the conference report.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is legislation we passed a few weeks ago dealing with the mental health coordinator to assist the 14 mental health regions. We are, in essence, taking our language. However, there was a little concern that we wanted this mental health coordinator to be as independent as possible, and the lady from Lincoln had a good amendment a few weeks ago. So during the conference time, we made a suggestion to have the mental health coordinator hired by DFA, but that person would be housed at Department of Mental Health. And so we think this will make sure that a person is independent. And I really think, ladies and gentlemen of the House, that sometimes we will pass legislation not knowing what a positive impact this is going to have. And I really think this is going to be a great new partnership with the mental health regions and the Department of Mental Health will benefit our constituents. So that is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report to Senate Bill 2610. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 1 nay, the report is adopted. About to take our lunch break. Any announcement? Oh, excuse me. Jim from Tishomingo, what you got? Okay, you recognize. Which item, gentlemen?
Item number 18, Mr. Speaker.
18 or 28? 28, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. 28. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 28, Senate Bill 2821, conference report. We recommitted this bill the other day due to the fact that they inadvertently left some language out on an amendment that was made in the gentle lady from Judd A's committee, and we put that language in that was supposed to be there originally, and that's all that was done to the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2821. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas and 0 nays, the report is adopted. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Any announcements by the members before we take our lunch recess? All right, I don't see any. I do have one. I'm informed that today is the birthday of the gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins. Please wish him a happy birthday. All right. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing, you have an item?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I had an ethic complaint I wanted to make on Representative Hopkins, would I need to see you?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
That gentleman from Pontotoc, he's your man right there. All right. Recognize the gentleman from Prentice for the motion. 2 o'clock will be great, gentlemen.
I move the House stand in recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess till 2 p.m.
Calendar. I'm glad y'all are so excited for us to return to the calendar. I believe we were on the in-conference general bills calendar, and we were down to item number 25. I believe the chairman wants to skip that. Item number 26, gentlemen. Go next. Chairman of Corrections, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 26 is Senate Bill 2684 is the increase in the number of offenders that are available to go to the regional correctional facilities, and also the increase in the per diem. All of y'all that I've talked with about this piece of legislation understand the importance of the regionals and the importance of some of the other legislation that we passed to have availability of the regionals. What this bill does, it cleans up some technical language that need to be cleaned up about joining counties together. It increases the per diem to $31 per day and authorizes the department to contract services for medical services at $6.25 per day per inmate. And it also increases the availability of certain regionals to contract an additional 75 beds. And hopefully some of the other legislation that we've done is going to allow some of the regionals to have increased population. That's the explanation of the report.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Gentlemen, moves final passage in favor of the conference report. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Beautiful. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 110 yeas, 0 nays. The report is adopted. Go down to item number 27, Senate Bill 2759. Has not been filed. I believe the chairman of Ways and Means wanted to go back to that. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would go to the Ways and Means calendar, item 1, House Bill 23. This bill was some cleanup language, a bill we passed earlier, the Senate. This was regarding a project from about 10 years ago, and the Senate did not agree with some of our language. They agreed with part of it, and so we struck what they would not agree to. This has to do with a project that was in the city of Senatobia, and the city got stuck with the state's debt in that deal. It was before my time in the legislature, and it's affecting their ability to borrow money now. And so that's what this does. This increases their debt limit, and that's all the bill does.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen. Gentleman moves final passage, adoption of the conference report. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the conference report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted?
Wow.
Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 3 nays, the conference report is adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask, I was ready to take up 1730, but I just got a message that we have one additional typo that we need to work on, so I'm going to ask it to be passed at this time.
You have something? Chairman, Chairman of Rules, are y'all ready to go back to that item 1 on rules? Yes, sir. Gentlemen, I believe it was laid on the table, subject to call.
It was, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go back to that item and call it up. Senate Bill 3049.
Gentleman makes a motion to call that bill up off the table. Those in favor of that motion say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And the gentleman from Jackson will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Grenada, while the presenter makes his way, did you have a request?
I just wanted to see, you passed an item 2464, number 21. I moved to recommit that item. Appropriate time.
Where's that item again, Gentleman?
It's 21, 2464. I know it doesn't have the report in, but I haven't been inquired about it. I moved to recommit.
Gentleman's made a motion to recommit that. It hadn't been filed, gentlemen, so it would be improper for a recommit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You recognize, gentlemen, to well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Senate Bill 3049, basically, it does two major things. If you recall, we had two separate House bills, one for businesses, and the gentleman from Pike presented the one concerning medical providers. First and foremost, we are combining those two into one bill, and we are making a couple of improvements. We kept generally the House language. Section 2, we are including immunity that involves not just COVID, but any type of mutation from the virus. In addition to, and this is in Section 2 also, line 60, we are adding any volunteer or military personnel that provides emergency services, first responder type of services. Section 3, and this is a slight change, we're making the definition of people who would be covered by this immunity a little bit more general. We are adding persons, as you can see in Section 3, who attempt in good faith to follow the applicable healthcare guidelines, just like we mentioned before. Subsection 2, we were providing that same protection to those persons who were required to operate actually before those healthcare guidelines were passed by the, well, in this case, the Department of Health. Section 4 is the medical care provision that we've already talked about. Section 6, another clarification that we made, and I think the lady from Hines mentioned this during my presentation and explanation of the House bill. We are making sure that there is no effect in both the business section and the medical providing or the medical provider section of any effect on our workers' compensation laws. Section 8 limits the duration of the immunity from the declared state of emergency to 1 year after that declaration has been declared to stop or is ceased to be in effect. And that's pretty much it. I'll be happy to take any questions, Mr. Speaker.
You yield for a question, gentlemen?
I do.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
What do y'all do on the limit of the liability?
The threat? You mean the threshold?
The $250,000.
I'm sorry?
They're still in the $250,000, or is that out?
Gentlemen, do you know what section you're referring to
No, I don't know what
specifically?
section.
But I don't think.
I don't have the bill before me, but I thought you were familiar with it.
Give me a second, gentlemen. The cap at 250 was taken out, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First, let me make sure we're talking about the same thing. Are you referring to 3049 as sent over by the Senate, or are you looking at your strike all?
That's the, it is a strike all.
We need to adopt the strike all,
We need to
gentlemen.
adopt the strike all.
Are you explaining the strike all?
I was, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think so because it hasn't been filed. You just now handed it to us.
Move to adopt it.
He is on a strike all.
Okay.
You want to explain the strike all, gentlemen, before we adopt it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that I was explaining the strike all. There was no committee amendment. It's a floor strike all. And basically, Mr. Speaker, the strike all is the bill. On Senate Bill 3049.
You can ask questions now on the strike all.
So my question pertains to Section 4, which is lines 116 through 132, roughly. If you read that language, and I just want to make sure that this is your intent and that this is what you're representing to the body, you'll see on line 126 that this language has, but is not limited to. I understand that it's the intent that this provides immunity in certain situations where healthcare providers are providing treatment related to or in some way pertaining to COVID-19. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But with this language on line 126 that says, but is not limited to, is it the goal of this amendment to expand that immunity to any situation where there's medical malpractice during the time of a state of emergency pertaining to COVID?
No, lady, that's the goal is to, you're not limiting to just the providing of services such as screening, assessing, diagnosing. It could be other medical treatments or services. That's the intent.
But it has to be something related to COVID.
That's the intent. Yes,
So
sir.
if I go into the hospital today, as we're still under a state of emergency for a leg amputation, the doctor misreads my chart, cuts off the wrong leg. That's in no way related to COVID. Would this bill provide immunity for that?
No, it would not.
Okay.
It's got to be COVID related, lady.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Dortch, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
You're
sir.
recognized.
Sure. I was just trying to read the bill. You're saying the strike all is the actual bill. Is it posted online anywhere?
The strike all should be on the computer. That's correct.
But it isn't. It's not. The Senate version is on the computer.
He's offering the strike all now that he's explaining.
But it's a new bill.
He just put it in, so.
But we can't read it. But he's just explaining it.
Gentlemen, it's a floor strike all, and it would not be on the computer. So I don't know if copies have been handed out or not, but
No, they
we'll
haven't.
be happy to give you a copy.
After we pass it.
Well, right now, if you need one.
No, I don't need one. I'm voting no.
Oh, gentlemen, I'm sorry. I'm being told that the strike all is up on the computer.
It's been loaded, gentlemen, but it may not be showing up, or is that?
It's on the computer, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions on the bill? On the strike all? We need to adopt strike all first.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Gentleman moves for adoption of the strike all amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? No, say no. House is not voting. If you're in favor of adopting the strike all amendment, indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker. Move for final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 36 nays, the bill passes. Anything further from rules? Rules yields the floor. Chairman of Ways and Means, do you have an item to take up?
Mr. Speaker, go back to the Ways and Means calendar, item 5, House Bill 1730, and would call that bill up, or the conference report rather. I would invite the House's attention to a document that I'm going to read from for a minute. This is what we sometimes refer to as a unanimous consent document. The bill, this is otherwise known as what we call the bond bill. Almost 1,100 pages, and
gentlemen, let me be sure. You said item 5. Item 4?
It's House Bill 1730 is where we are.
It's item number 4 on the
Okay, I've got an old calendar here from earlier today, but 1730.
You're recognized.
The sheet I have in front of us, this is what we sometimes refer to as a unanimous consent sheet. The bill is almost 1,100 pages, was filed shortly before midnight last night, and this is the bill that I have. I would ask unanimous consent from the body to clean up some typos. There's a few numbers that are wrong. I can read this if everybody wants me to, but it's about a few pages of just typos and a couple section headings that were left out. And so I would ask unanimous consent to adopt these typo changes. And Madam Clerk is going to also put that on the screen if anybody wants to look at it.
You mean in the computer, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. What did I say?
On the screen. We don't have a screen to put it on.
On your computer screen.
Okay.
There we go.
Anything further, gentlemen?
I've been in the Senate too long. I need to stay away from down there. Yes, this bill is what is otherwise known as our bond bill. The bill contains many projects throughout the state. It's a robust bond bill. I'll give you some highlights. We are paying off right at somewhere around $285 million in debt this year, and this is within a couple $1 million of what our debt payoff is. It's right at average, roughly what we've averaged in a bond bill. Total debt over the last 8 years, the total amount of indebtedness is approximately $291 million. This has a very robust portion of the bill deals with IHL projects all over, takes care of our universities. DFA had several projects. I'll go through those with you. $6 million to Department of Corrections, $13.5 for the actual DFA, different state-owned properties throughout the state, $4 million to Department of Health, $14 million for Department of Public Safety, Wildlife, $3 million, Mississippi Military Department, $1 million. It's a total of $41.5 in the DFA request. Community College, very proud of this. Community College in my time here has gotten, usually, and when we've had years we've had a bond bill, somewhere around $25 million total. We upped that in this bond bill to $35 million, so glad we were able to do that for our community colleges. Sections 4 and 5 deal with different, actually take that back, sections 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 9, 10, 11, and 12, and 13, and 14 deal with various MDA programs. Section 15 is $3 million to assist with the Chickasaw Encana Foundation, which is the Chickasaw Nation is returning back to their native homelands, and we'll be building a Chickasaw Heritage Center outside of Tupelo, Mississippi. That's $3 million for there. $2.8 million for the water pollution control revolving fund at Department of Health. $1 million for environmental quality, DEQ, for dam safety programs. $2 million for the Fleurs Bluff State Park in Jackson, and that's going to deal with the Natural Science Museum and the Children's Museum, and assist in matching a private gift that they have secured there as well to go toward infrastructure. $4.5 million to assist with the Marty Stewart Congress of Country Music that's going to be located in Philadelphia, Mississippi, which will assist with probably $20 to $30 million in additional private investment here in Mississippi and bring people from all over. We also have $5 million for the Community Heritage Preservation Grant Program, which is an important program for the Department of Archives and History. $3 million for the Local Governments and Rural Water Systems Program, the revolving loan program there. And that is most of the explanation of the statewide agency projects and other joint projects that were out the state. The rest of the bill is going to be dealing with projects that many of you requested. Most of these are spread all over the state, from the coast to the Tennessee line, the Delta, the hills, Piney Woods, everywhere in between. There's something for everybody in this bill. And if any of you have any questions, or you see a project that you thought was going to be in here that's not in here, I would ask you to look at we put some of the projects are in a different bill. It would be the DFA appropriation bill, which is going to be, bear with me, I think it's 2669 or 2969. So if you don't see your project in this bill, look for it in 2969. Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the conference report.
You yield for questions, gentlemen?
Sure.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry, for what purpose?
Just a small, teeny tiny question, if the gentleman will yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, gentlemen, if there had for the town of Wesson, we didn't ask for any money, but we needed to change wordage from redo to rebuild. It was just a word change. Did we get that in there?
Lady, what was that? Do we know what that was?
The police department.
If there was some repurposing language or some. All right, hold on one second. Section 132, I'm told.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, gentlemen. Move final passage.
Yes, sir. Move adoption.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of adoption of the conference report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas, 7 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further from Ways and Means? That's it. Chairman Appropriations, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the, on page 6, motion to reconsider calendar. And item number 1 will be House Bill 1698. I move to table.
Chairman moves to table the motion to reconsider. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed to the motion to table, You have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone, gentlemen. Hold on, we've got somebody. Thought we had something going on back there. If you're in favor of the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Does any chairman have an item they wish to take up? We're down to the general calendar. Item number 1, Judd B.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Go to item number 2 through 4, if we can call those up in a block.
Is there any objection to calling those 3 items up in a block? I don't see any.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd recognize the lady from Harrison to handle the bills.
Lady from Harrison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These 3 bills come from the Senate. They're the suffrage bills. All have met the requirements and to restore their rights to vote. And I will yield for any questions. If not, title sufficient do pass. To be adopted. Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Lady moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. You yes on these? Suffrage? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 6 nays, the 3 bills pass. We're down to local and private. As the chairman, he passes. Lady from the MIT, I believe you had an item you wanted to take up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's item 31, Senate Bill 2877 on the in-conference general bill calendar.
You're recognized to explain the report, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 31, Senate Bill 2877 is the bill that we had earlier in the session that dealt with paternity. The mother of the dependent child may execute a declaration of paternity with the court. As you know, previously it was notarized. This just says now that the mother of the dependent child can execute a declaration of paternity with the court. The language is the same as it left the House. As you know, we had a reverse repealer in the bill. That was removed, and the House and the Senate did change the language towards the end of the bill. It's on lines 150. 135, pardon me, where it just says that any person who shall willfully and knowingly file a false affidavit or who shall willfully, intentionally, or knowingly file a false written declaration under penalty of perjury. This one is talking about the fine, what the subject fine should be. That language was included to add willful, intentional, and knowingly file a false written declaration under penalty of perjury. And that was all that was added during conference. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions on the conference report.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, for what purpose? You're recognized.
Question, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady here.
Oh, definitely.
What if it's a issue of a person might have had an involvement 2-3 days in a row with some different, participants, and there might be some ambiguity to what the outcome. Ambiguity. You know what I'm trying to say, man. Tongue-tied. What happened to that person if she, is not really clear on that?
That's one of the concerns. I didn't explain it quite the way that you did, but that's one of the concerns that I had, gentlemen. Mm-hmm. And that is why we had the language in here to provide willful, intentional, and knowingly with respect to the penalty, because we wanted to take care of any particular situation that might incur of that nature. Initially, that willful, intentional, or knowingly wasn't in there, and that's also why at the beginning of the session when the committee considered this bill, we tracked the language of the federal guidelines very closely, and we added that language. So yes, that addresses your concern.
Okay, I just didn't want somebody to make a mistake and end up in some trouble.
We didn't either.
Lady, you wouldn't be alone if you wouldn't have explained something the way that the gentleman from Washington explains it. He has a way. I don't see any further questions.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you're in favor of the conference report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the conference report is adopted. We're going to suspend business for just a second. I believe the Chairman of Appropriations has a bill that's just about ready to take up.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker in the House, I'd like you all to help me make welcome a constituent of mine. She's with the Poor People's Campaign, and she has worked very hard in my area and worked on all my campaigns. That's her highest calling. She's responsible for me being here. Don't be mad at her about it. Ms. Jackie Marsaw from Natchez in South Carolina.
An item would you wish to take up?
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd like to bring up House Bill 1700. We had recommitted earlier, and let the gentleman Harrison explain the conference report.
What's that item number, gentlemen?
1700. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this morning I talked to you. We've already taken this bill up, but we had a mistake in the calculation part of it, and we've added 4.7 to the education bill, and that's all it did was add that 4.7 where the calculation was wrong.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman moves adoption of the conference report. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of adopting the report, indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 110 yeas, 2 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman? We'll recognize the gentleman from Prentice for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call a meeting of the Rules meeting in 302 just as soon as we have a recess.
Gentlemen, you're recognized for that motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand in recess subject to call.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House stands in recess subject to call.
a 5% cut in their general funding. That's about $1 million, a little over $1 million. If you're looking at the numbers, though, it's actually, it only shows about a 2.74 reduction. There was an additional $900,000 that was added to their budget this year for cyber insurance, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Over the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2969. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas and 3 nays, the report is adopted. Chairman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a request.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to fix a Scribner's error on a bill we took up earlier. It's item number 10 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2977. This is the MDA budget on line 315. There was inadvertently the word target was put in instead of quality of place, and we would like to make that change if we can get unanimous consent. Thank you.
Is there objection to this change? Hearing none, we will do that.
Thank you.
Chairman of Appropriations.
Appropriations yields the floor.
All right. Chairman of Ways and Means has an item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is item 2 on the Ways and Means calendar, House Bill 24. The conference report simply added that the good faith funds may be submitted in electronic form. That's it. Electronic form and or wire transfer. Added that as an option. That's an explanation.
Any questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 24. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas and 4 nays, the report is adopted. We have a House calendar supplement number 1. Chairman of Rules, wish you take any of these items up?
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to go to item number 1 on the concurrence calendar, House Bill 1793, and concur, and the gentleman from Jones will explain it.
Gentleman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. On House Bill 1793, the Senate did make a few changes on that. We voted to concur with that. The money stays basically the same. The only 2 changes were we're going to allow DFA to disperse that money out. And then the other change was on Mississippi Community College Board. Instead of giving them $20 million, we'll go back it up to $1 million and allow the $19 million to go to the different community colleges and let them actually buy the equipment that they need versus the board. That's a summary of the changes, sir.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the motion to concur, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 2 nays, the motion to concur passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 1, House Bill 1801 on the supplemental calendar number 1, and call that up.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Would you recognize the lady from Amite to explain the bill?
Lady from Amite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1801 makes an appropriation to the Administrative Office of Courts to eliminate the backlog of cases, providing paid leave for employees, and improving telework capabilities for employees due to COVID. Section 1 appropriates $2,500,000 from the Budget Contingency Fund to the Administrative Office of Courts for the itemizations that are in Section 2 for the period beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending December 30th, 2020. Section 2A is to the Mississippi Supreme Court for the purposes of eliminating the backlog of 30,000 cases caused by COVID and providing paid leave for employees displaced due to COVID. And that's in the amount of $116,915. Section B is to the Mississippi Court of Appeals for the purpose of eliminating the backlog of 30,000 cases caused by COVID and providing paid leave for employees displaced by the pandemic in the amount of $87,790. Section C is for the purpose of appointing senior trial judges to eliminate the backlog of 30,000 cases, providing technology purchases to improve telework capabilities, and for providing paid leave for employees displaced due to COVID in the amount of $2,171,480. Section D is for providing technology purchases to improve telework capabilities due to COVID and for providing paid leave for employees displaced due to COVID in the amount of $100,015. Section E is to the Commission on Continuing Legal Education for providing paid leave for employees displaced due to COVID in the amount of $5,000. Section F is to the Board of Bar Admissions for providing paid leave for employees displaced due to COVID in the amount of $18,800. Section 3 just simply says none of the funds appropriated under this act shall be expended for any purpose by the Administrative Office of Courts or by any recipient of those funds if the Administrative Office of Courts has received reimbursement for that expenditure or other use from another source of funds. Section 4 just simply says the Administrative Office of Courts shall not disperse any funds appropriated under this act to any recipient without first making sure that the reimbursement sought is necessary for expenditures that have been incurred, and after determining that the recipient has not received and will not receive reimbursement for the expense in question from any other source of funds. Section 5 says that as a condition for receiving and expending the funds, the Administrative Office of Courts has to act in compliance with the guidelines, guidance, rules, regulations, and other criteria from the Department of Treasury. And Section 2 just simply says that if the Office of the Inspector General determines that there has to be a reimbursement for any of the funds that the Administrative Office of Courts has used improperly, that the Administrative Office of Courts shall be required to pay the amount of those funds to the state of Mississippi for repayment to the federal government. And that's an explanation of House Bill 1801. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1801. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 2 on the supplemental calendar, H.R. 105, and move to adopt.
Any questions on the resolution? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I would like to get my vote changed on H.B. 1793, and I just like to show my vote as being yea rather than nay.
Okay, we'll record the vote.
Thank you so much.
All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine. Excuse me. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 3, SCR 579, item 4, SCR 580, and move to adopt those in a block.
Anyone wish to have one of these items set aside? I don't see any. Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor these resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 113, 14 yeas, 0 nays. Resolutions are adopted.
I'd like to ask for immediate release, Mr. Speaker.
On which items, gentlemen?
The items, all of them that were taken up off this calendar, on this calendar.
Okay, any objection? Hearing none, we will do that.
Mr. Speaker, is it proper for me to make a request at this time?
Yes, sir.
Would you and the pro tem consider mentioning to the management committee that we open up a barber shop here the next time we have a session this long? I believe you can look at me and a few more out there. We don't have much hair, but what we got's out of control.
Thank you, sir. We will do that. Mr. Bell in the back will be glad to give haircuts. He's got a nice one. He can help all of you look like that. All right. I'm not sure we have anything else that we can do today, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have done everything that we can do, unless I'm missing something. Is there any chairman has something that I have overlooked? Okay. Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford, what purpose you seek recognition?
Request.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to change my vote on item 18 under the in-conference general bills from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that I be voted on House Bill 1521.
Okay, if I think the protocol is to fill out a form.
Thank you very much.
Record a vote. Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Reed.
Mr. Speaker, I have a request.
Yes, sir.
I would like to request that each member today think about a colleague of ours who today, this is his last day to be in the House of Representatives, Mr. Gary Chisholm. He will not be back, but I hope y'all remember the work that Gary did over his years and the frustration and the red head. But but we're going to miss him, and I just wanted today, being the last day that he's on our rolls, I wanted to bring that to the
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you reminding us of that fact. We will miss Mr. Chisholm. He was an outstanding House member, dedicated chairman, passionate individual, and he did submit resignation effective today. So I don't know if he's watching or not, but if he is, just know that everyone here is thinking about you, sir, and we will miss you, and we wish you well, and you're always welcome back. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McRae.
I would like to adjourn in memory.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to adjourn in memory my brother-in-law, Willie Earl McClendon, who passed away yesterday afternoon.
Okay, we're sorry to hear that. We will certainly do that, lady. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to adjourn in memory for Mr. Robert E. Gates, a local musician here in the city of Jackson. I want to adjourn in memory. He passed away yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from Chickasaw, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Russell Wolfie King. He was a member of the Chickasaw County Board of Supervisors. He was the supervisor of my particular district. He was here last January in the gallery, and we waved to him. Since then, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and I got word this morning that he's entered paradise.
Okay, thank you, sir. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to adjourn in memory for Mr. Howard Clark Sr., who passed away on Friday of last week.
Okay, thank you, sir. Lady from Hines, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory, please. I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of one of my next-door neighbors, a young lady who was 32 years old, Miss Asola Taylor Johnson.
Thank you, ma'am. We will do that. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for immediate release on Senate Bill 3049. It was number 1 on the rules calendar today.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. All right, anything else needs to come before the House? All right, now I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Prentice for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
And that the,
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
and
gentlemen.
the journal remain open until every committee report is received.
Thank you, gentlemen. You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned until 9 a.m.